the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. 2:30 a.m. Got a great start and establishes 3 parts of a length. Now a length lead over Western Wolf, who's in second. Then 2 more lengths to Rockstar Rebel, who's 3 parts of a length in front of Just a Guy, who's at the back of the pack and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. 2:30 a.m. to the half-mile pole has the lead by a half length as Western Wolf shifts to the outside and challenges in second. Rockstar Rebel pushed out to the 3-path in third, 2.5 lengths off the lead, and a gap of about 4.5 lengths to the trailer, and that is Just a Guy. 2.5 furlongs to go in the opener. 2:30 a.m. and Western Wolf. These two duel for the top spot. It's Rockstar Rebel behind the speed in third, then 7 lengths back to Just a Guy, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. 2:30 a.m. shaking up on the front end. Western Wolf wants to lug in there a little bit in second, and then it's Rockstar Rebel on the stand side third, 4 lengths off the lead. They run to the 16th pole. 2:30 a.m. Rockstar Rebel lunging at 2:30 a.m. and Rockstar Rebel passes 2:30 a.m. for the win. Western Wolf third, Just a Guy. $2 exacta, $14. And they're off. It's Light Thoughts and the red blinkers setting out for the lead. Cup right at the fence, up into second. Journey of 5 outside in third. La Indecente mid-pack in fourth. A half length in front of Positively, who's 2 lengths in front of Floral O2 trails the field. Up the back stretch, it's Light Thoughts on top with a half mile to go. Leads by a length. Cup right in a tough and tight spot in second. Then a gap of 2. Back to Journey of 5 outside third. Positively fourth. La Indecente drops back in fifth and is to the outside of Floral Oats at the back and 9 lengths off the lead. Both of those two. 2.5 furlongs to go. It's Light Thoughts. It clears off. Light Thoughts has a lead by 3. Cup right, nudged upon in second. Journey of 5 outside third. Positively towards the inside fourth. Floral Oats in fifth and at least double digits behind as they turn into the stretch. And Light Thoughts in charge. Light Thoughts with a final furlong to go has the lead by 4 open lengths. Cup Ride trying to hang in there in second. And then it's Journey of 5 and Positively 16th to go. Light Thoughts leads by 3.5. And Light Thoughts is going to be your winner. Cup Ride will hold second. La Indecente third. Floral $80. Exacta $12.60. 50-cent trifecta $9. And they're off. Great start for Banker Blaney, who rushes out for the lead. Newport Bridge up the inside in a joint second with Hereby a neck in front of Newport Bridge for the second spot. And a couple lengths to My Cool Hand Luke, who's at the back of the pack. Half mile to go and Banker Blaney opens up. Has a 6-length lead. The gray Newport Bridge to the inside of Hereby for second. And then about 7 lengths to the trailer, My Cool Hand Luke. About 2.5 furlongs to go. Banker Blaney unopposed on the front end has a lead by about 6 lengths. Newport Bridge is now a clear-cut second. Hereby drops back a bit in third, and then a few more lengths back to My Cool Hand Luke, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Banker Blaney still under a hand ride, has a lead by about 5 lengths. Over Newport Bridge in second, and then about 6 or 7 to Hereby in third. 16th of a mile left to travel. Banker Blaney leads by 3. Newport Bridge is on the outside, but it will be Banker Blaney. Banker Blaney victorious. Newport Bridge second. My Cool Hand Luke lead double. Pick 5 wagering. Late pick 5 starts in the 4th race. 50-cent minimum bet. Post time. Race number 4 in about 23 minutes at. And they're off. One lost the jockey at the start. Coin Jar lost the jockey at the start. Don't know what happened there, but he's out of the race. It's Sharp As who benefits from that and opens up by a length and a half. G Munnings up the inside in second. Fighter Kite races third, and Supreme Song in fourth. And a length and a half to Happy Instead of the horses still in the race is at the tail of the field as they make the entry into the turn. Sharp As clears off by 2. G Munning trying to cut into the margin second. Fighter Kite in amongst horses third. And then it's Supreme Song 3 wide fourth. 2 lengths to Happy Instead, who is at the back of the pack and about 5.5 lengths off the lead. And Happy Instead circles up on the far outside. Sharp As has a 3-length head start on the field. Turns into the stretch. Happy Instead on the stand side. G Munning is at the fence. still holding on to the second spot. 1 furlong to go. Sharp As on top by 2.5 over G Munning, and Happy Instead 16th to go. It's Sharp As. Sharp As took the lead out of the starting gate and went all the way on the front end. Wins by a length and a half. G Munning second. The winning Mutual daily double $13.80. Exacted $58. 50-cent trifecta $31.12. Dime super $20. And they're off. It's Cadillac Joe who rushes out for the front end. Like a Boss, though, has lots of early speed and sticks those white blinkers in front of Cadillac Joe. They're clear by 3. Rocked Out off the pace today in third. Ragtime Prankster improving in fourth, passing probably Flattery in fifth, who's about 8.5, 9 lengths off the lead. 2 lengths back to Han O War, who's about half length in front of Gonna Be Possible, is deep on the course. Then about 9 lengths to King Solomon, who trails the field. 3 furlongs to go. Like a Boss, one of the firsters has a lead, but is under a little bit of pressure to hold that lead because the pressure's coming from Cadillac Joe. Rocked Out within striking range in third and 2 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 lengths to Ragtime Prankster in fourth as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Like a Boss who cuts the corner, has lead over Cadillac Joe. Rocked Out gets every chance on the outside. A length and a half off the lead is Rocked Out, and it's got dead aim on Like a Boss. Like a Boss and Rocked Out. These two clash for the top spot. 16th to go. It's Rocked Out now forging to the front. Like a Boss's game up the inside. Here's the finish line. Rocked Out wins over Like a Boss. Then it was and they're off. It's Yohida Moneymaker and 3-Point Strut who send out for the lead. Feline Treasures on the outside with Percy, and Ananias is behind Yohida Moneymaker as they take on that first turn. Yohida Moneymaker's on the front end. Percy now moving up on the outside in second. Feline Treasure tracks in third to the outside. A 3-Point Strut who's really got nowhere to go in fourth as Ananias ranges up to the outside of him, and Ananias only 3 lengths off the lead near the back. As they transition to the back stretch, it's Percy. Percy on top by a length and a half. Yohida Moneymaker rates in second, and then it's Feline Treasure third. 3-Point Strut able to thread his way through traffic up into third. Now up into a joint second is 3-Point Strut, and Ananias has dropped about 9 lengths off the lead at the back. As they make the entry into the far turn, the favorites are first and second. Percy has a lead by a half length. 3-Point Strut engages outside in second. Yohida Moneymaker slips on through towards the inside. Feline Treasure backpedals in fourth, and many lengths back to Ananias, who's at the tail of the field as they wind their way to the quarter pole. It's 3-Point Strut with the head in front of Percy at the top of the stretch. Yohida Moneymaker plugging away in third. Then it's Feline Treasure as they turn into the home stretch. 3-Point Strut seems to have the measure of Percy in upper stretch. 3-Point Strut on top by about 2 lengths. Yohida Moneymaker's on the stand side up into a joint second. 16th to go. It's 3-Point Strut. 3-Point Strut opens up by 3.5. 3-Point Strut defeats Yohida Moneymaker, and Percy a few more lengths back to Feline Treasure fourth. 2 wins in the card for Englehart and Worry. 3-Point Strut pays $4.10 to win. Daily double $11.80. And they're off. It's Sorority Prank and Seems Like Destiny. These two edge out for the front end, and Seems Like Destiny wins that race into the first turn. Tony O is deep on the course in third, and then it's Bolt to Run and St. James together fourth and fifth, and about 4 lengths to Ice Time, who trails the field. Seems Like Destiny with about 6 furlongs to go opens up by 5. Over the favorite, Sorority Prank, who defers in second. Then 3 lengths to Tony O in third. Bolt to Run towards the inside in a joint fourth with St. James. And then 3 lengths to Ice Time, who trails the field. As they race up the backstretch, it Seems Like Destiny playing a game of catch if catch can. The lead's 4 lengths. Sorority Prank cutting into the margin in second. Tony O 2 lengths behind Sorority Prank. Bolt to Run's at the fence. St. James in amongst horses second last, and a length and a half back to Ice Time, who trails the field. Onto the far turn. Seems Like Destiny. The lead's been whittled down to 2. Sorority Prank now engages on the outside in second. Bolt to Run, Tony O are third and fourth, and then it's St. James and Ice Time will take the overland route at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and we have a new leader, and it's Sorority Prank. Sorority Prank comes off the turn, leading by 4 lengths over Seems Like Destiny in second, and then it's Bolt to Run, Tony O, Ice Time, third, fourth, and fifth. 1 furlong to go, and Sorority Prank strides away by 7 lengths. The battle for the balance. It's Ice Time on the outside, a Bolt to Run for the Exacta, but Sorority Prank give Worry 3 on the card. Close for second. I think it's Ice Time, but it's a 50 to win. Double $7.10, Exacta $14.20, 50-cent try, $27.37, Dime Super. And they're off. Pretty good dispatch. Disco Dancer going out for the lead. Drive through. Montauk Surf on the outside. Here's Salt Spartan at the 2-path, going from about 6 up into a joint second, challenging for the lead. So 3 across the track early on. Trojan Mule scoots on through towards the inside to get 4th. Disco Dancer 5th. Flying in Style 3 wide 6. 2 lengths to Fazaro in 7th. Similar margin to Rasuli in 8th. And then about 8 lengths to Armenian Dancer, who brings up the rear. 3 abreast onto the turn. Drive through. Montauk Surf and Salt Spartan are first, second, and third. Then a gap of 3. Back to Trojan Mule, tracks in 4th. Flying in Style races in 5th. Rasuli's in 6th. And about 9 lengths off of the lead as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. It's Montauk Surf 3 wide. Drive through is in between horses. Salt Spartan trying to hang in there at the fence. And then in 4th, that is Trojan Mule, followed up by Flying in Styles closing in. Rasuli at the fence, 16th to go. Montauk Surf won the battle, but might not win the war. Flying in Style inhaling ground on the outside. Flying in Style wrestles that lead away from Montauk Surf for the win. Third, it was a photo, maybe Rasuli over. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. And a pleasant good afternoon to everyone. Welcome to Finger Lakes. A Tuesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Got about 60 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. First race. There are no changes in races 1, 2, and 3. No changes 1, 2, and 3. Skip over to race number 4. Just an overweight, number 7, Maggie's Boy, the rider a scant 1 pound over. 5th race, do have a scratch. 5th race, scratch number 7, Eddie Marie. Morning line favorite Eddie Marie. Number 7, scratched from the 5th race. Race number 6. Scratch number 1, Brewing. Number 1, Brewing's a scratch from race 6. Jockey change on number 9. He has it all to Jeremias Flores. Jeremias Flores on number 9. He has it all. Late work for number 8, David's Tuition. Workout took place at Finger Lakes, June 14th. 3 furlongs, good surface. 39.40 breezing. Race 7. Got a scratch of number 4, Lady Rainicorn. Number 4, Lady Rainicorn is out of the 7th. 8th and final. Scratch part of the entry. Number 1, Wit Dashing Speed. Part of the entry, the straight one, if you will. Wit Dashing Speed. Scratched from the 8th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes. I want to remind everyone there are free Finger Lakes past performances online for every racing card at fingerlakesgaming.com. Just click on the racing tab and then free digital programs to download your complimentary copy today. Got about 58 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
Welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Another nice day. It's always a little bit cloudy. I don't know what it is with this spring. Maybe as we get into the summer months here. Should be summer by now, but summer does officially start this coming week. Maybe we'll get some sun. It just seems like we're getting clouds every day. But one thing to say is we had a fair track yesterday. Usually, I know last week was a little speed favor, and yesterday you could win on the front, you could win from off the pace. One guy that had a great day yesterday was jockey Andre Worry. At least a good finish to the day. He swept the last 4 races of the card. So 4 wins in a row going into today's card for Andre Worry. Congratulations to him. He's been picking it up. You know, he's going to be involved. He's going to be in the mix as we get down to the wire with the jockey standings, as he won the jockey title just a few years ago, and he was out a couple years ago with the injury, but very good rider here and had a great day yesterday with the 4 wins on the card. So congratulations to him. Finished it off with that win for Charlie Baker in the last. They did finally find that horse. I was wondering, how is this horse 9 or 10 to 1? And then he went down to 7 to 2, 4 to 1, something like that late, but good day for Andre. We continue live racing, Monday through Wednesday, so we got another live day tomorrow. Got a good card coming up. I think it was Monday. Got 9 races. We got 8 races tomorrow, and then Monday, they drew for Monday yesterday. 9 races, full fields. Looks like another good early week card that day as well. Well, let's look at today. Remember, we have the 2 pick 5s now. No more pick 6s. Early pick 5 starts in the first. That one we have the mandatory payout. So if nobody hits it, it pays 4 out of 5, 3 out of 5. Doesn't happen a lot anyway. But the carryover pick 5 starts with the last 5 races of the day. So we have 8 today. So that'll start in the fourth. We'll look at the first. It is a 2 lifetime allowance for fillies and mares. Goes a distance of 6 furlongs. You know, Stunning Sugar showed promise in her early career as a 2-year-old. Her first start, yeah, maybe not so much, but you know, she came back in her second start and she absolutely dominated the field. They did even better that day. She went off at odds of 12-1, got the lead, went pretty decently quick for a 2-year-old filly, and then they put her in too tough in the New York Stallion Series race. I think they thought a little too much of her to get put in the 2-year-old filly race in New York and overmatched in a couple races in New York. But came back, you know, was in a tough spot against Rock. That horse came back to win out of that race. Rock's tough in the lifetime allowance conditions. You know, she's facing older horses last time, and she ran a good second to Lose Redemption. Now, Lose Redemption was just off at 30,000 maiden, but it's almost like that horse has improved because she did a good time for the day. I know 113 is not that fast, but for the day it wasn't bad, and got a good number for the race. So no shame there against your first time against older horses. She'll go against older horses again today, but maybe a little bit easier field for Stunning Sugar. Equinox, the question mark, also igniting the flame. So, I mean, those are the other two. I think you can look at it and say Stunning Sugar's better than the rest of them. Out of the Cloud runs well, but she is one of those underneath type horses that you can use for the super. Maze Love Lafty mainly goes long, and she may need a race coming off the layoff. Rochelle My Belle didn't fire too well last time. Maybe more of an underneath type too. So the question mark is going to be how good, first of all, is Equinox coming off the maiden victory. I mean, she ran good against Mamba Gigi, who ran the fastest time of the year. I've said that 100 times, but she did, for the 4.5 furlongs. And Equinox and World Bank both came out of that race to win. And, you know, I think she's better than World Bank. I mean, World Bank could be the other one to consider, but she finished, I mean, she showed. She finished ahead of World Bank last time at the 6 furlong distance. So Equinox was the one who looked good in her race out of there. Looked the best anyway. She beat the better field, and she did it pretty convincingly. I know the number wasn't great, but she won the race convincingly. So there's a question mark is, now that this race has got a couple races over the track, how good is she? I guess we'll find out today against Stunning Sugar. I don't know if I'd have her favored over Stunning Sugar off that win, but we'll see. I mean, she's probably the main threat. The tricky one is igniting the flame. She'll be facing older horses for the first time. She was facing restricted 3-year-olds at Tampa. And it's not like her form is that bad. It's just the numbers aren't quite as good as the other two. But again, she's running to her competition. She broke her maiden as a 2-year-old and then came back against $20,000 claimers and actually ran pretty good. Ran third. And that's a tougher race than the claimer she was out, that starter allowance. And that matches up with our lifetime allowances here. Even though it's restricted 3, she still ran a pretty good fourth. This is a horse that's young. She's improving. And she's represented by the top barn and probably the best rider here in Sophia Viva. So this is a horse that could improve. Second start for the barn. And you know she's going to be fit. So I would give an extra push to her, and I'm going to use her third anyway, because I do like Stunning Sugar off the numbers. So I'm going to go with the 7, 3, and 2 in today's first race. Again, starts the early pick 5. I guess I could pick a couple closers now that they did close a little bit yesterday. Played fair. Times were normal. Liked it. Second race goes a distance of a mile, 5,000 claimer. Look at, the pace scenario is going to be interesting in this route race. The Mighty Don, I don't like how aggressive Mighty Don is, because I think this horse doesn't have to get the lead every time, and they send the horse, and a lot of times he just gets tired. But one thing as a handicapper or as a bettor, you know what they're going to do with the horse. They're going to send the horse to the lead, and you could gauge from there. So Waffler's another one that is going to have some natural speed stretching out when he's got some speed in the sprints. So what you'll have is a couple of sprinters, then you don't know what Grand Again's going to do coming out of the sprints, but what's going to be interesting is what Ranger Blue does. Now you got, obviously, a very good rider who can kind of gauge that coming out of the gate. Ranger Blue does have natural speed in the route, but of course, you don't know what he's going to do because he's had a lot of chances, but against tougher. You look at it like this. He's only had one route at the bottom level, and that was the end of last year when he was kind of tailing off. They overbet him a little bit. I mean, he just wasn't in form anymore, and he did catch an off track as well. Well, his first start off the layoff, he came in with the waiver claim, running for 5, but not his best distance. It seems like this horse wants to go long, and he catches a really weak group. He gets to get in for the waiver. I mean, he is what he is. He's a 5,000 claimer. I don't even know if you need to waive the claim, but I think this horse could sit a trip. He doesn't need to send out there with the Mighty Don and Waffler. I think he can sit right behind those two, at least stay close. He's adding Lasix today. And again, only his second route for 5,000, first route this year for 5,000. And it's one of those things where it's just a weak field. I think the other horse might be the one with everything, as he's improved as a 5,000 maiden. I like the fact that he ran down a horse that seemed like was going to be an easy winner. Irish Mule had, you could cash your tickets the way he looked in the stretch. There wasn't much speed in the race, and one with everything still ran him down. And you know what? Irish Mule came back, or Trojan Mule. I keep saying Irish. Why am I saying Irish Mule? Trojan Mule. I think it's just because it's out of Army Mule. Trojan Mule came back and ran against maiden special weights and ran okay, considering the competition. They overbet the horse in special weights because he's just not a special weight horse. But it was a good effort for one with everything. And it was the 11-9, and it was legitimate 11-9 when he had Trojan Mule in there. So he drops to 5, basically. It's not a drop because you're facing winners, but he's going to get played, and he may get something to run at stretching out here. He could sit a trip. The 2-horse I'll throw in for third. Not the best form, especially for a Ferraro horse, but he stretches out to a better distance and catches a weak field, so that might wake this horse up a little bit. I'm going to go with a 5-1-2. Horse is a little bit of a price. I just think their other one just get mixed up with the pace. It's not like we have that speed track that we had last week and a little bit the week before. All right, third race is actually a pretty good one for the level. You got an 11-9. It's non-winners of a race that's a date, or never won 4 races, or for the 3-year-olds. And yeah, it's like an allowance race to me. I mean, you got Tequila, who can go in for the waiver claim, but I think later in the year you're going to see this horse against allowance horses unless the form's bad. Bad Connection doesn't fit. That's probably the only one you could just look at it and just toss. It really has no chance to win. Easy Play. Yeah, how's Bad Connection 8-1, by the way? How's it going at 20-1? I don't understand that. But you got a bunch of drop downs here. You got Fabulous Fox, an allowance horse. Saloon Girl, an allowance horse. Lincolnville Beach, technically a good allowance horse. I mean, Worry gets off to ride Fabulous Fox. Who Asked You may need a race, but the horse obviously is tough at the 11-9. So the race does come up really strong, and that's the point for the 11-9, because you got some drop downs in here, horses that could be competitive against allowance horses. Going to lean towards Easy Play. The other thing is I'm concerned about the pace scenario. one thing that Bad Connection plays in is the horse will be out there with Who Asked You and Easy Play. Some good speed types. And that's going to be a problem for Easy Play a little bit. But she ran good against Darn That Song. And Darn That Song was just too tough for claimers. And she still ran a solid second ahead of Special Pal after a dull effort in her first race back against some tough allowance horses. So she should be tough here off the number last time. And again, it shows she can still hang in there when she doesn't get the lead. So she'll be up there on the front line with the other cheap speed, but she should be tough at 5.5 furlongs. Fabulous Fox could be the main threat. It's tough to gauge how good Fabulous Fox is right now. She's not as good as when she was here last year. This horse was sharp last year and looked very good. If you go back to last year when she was running in the fall here at Finger Lakes, she would easily beat this field. The question is she still at that level? They do drop her today. Again, she ran against Sweet Anniversary. She had no chance against Sweet Anniversary. Sweet Anniversary might be a stakes horse. We'll see. I mean, she won that race so effortlessly. She might see her at Saratoga later in the year. Yeah, she ran fourth in that race, despite not the best break either, and she went to the front end. This is a lot easier in a sense, but there is other pace types that she could get out there with, and you got to use her. She's still probably still good enough to be competitive against the 11 and 9s. Takes a much needed drop after that fourth place finish, and that gives her a shot to win here. I use her second. Tequila could be the one to take advantage of the pace. She is truly at the mercy of the pace because she does have that closing style. Remember last year, she got the pace that she needed when she won off the layoff. So you know that she runs well off the layoff, but she comes out of a tough race with Easy Play. So in order to make up the ground on Easy Play, especially a shorter 5.5, there's got to be a little bit of a pace duel. And she's got to improve off of that race. And she probably will. And it does look like she's going to get a pace duel. So there is that opportunity that this pace backs up to her and she could pull off, which looking at the odds, a little bit of an upset. But can you really say Tequila and Bad Connection both at 8-1 have the same chance in race number 3? I don't think so. I'm going with a 3-6-1. Not to pick on that horse. I don't know. Sometimes you just shake your head. Okay, fourth race. Fourth race, an allowance race, non-winners of 2 condition, going a distance of 1.70 miles. This is a big question of turf to dirt. Is Ozzy good enough on the dirt to beat this field? And what I looked at and maybe decided to choose to play this horse, not that I'm a big Ozzy Osbourne fan. I actually thought Ronnie James Dio was the better singer. I don't know what the Ozzy craze was. He's got a unique voice, but that's not my thing. I know Pan Man likes him. Turf races. One of the things you look at it on the breeding, it's by Bernardini out of the dam by Nyquist. So I'm looking at the dam. The dam's only win was in a dirt route. So when you look at both sides, it almost looks like he's better bred for dirt than he is for turf. Now, obviously, the trainers know better. They're training the horses in the morning. They're putting them on both surfaces. But he didn't beat much when he did win his race on turf. So who's to say, looking at the breeding, that he's a better dirt horse? And I like the fact that they're going to try the 2 lifetime allowance here instead of dropping this horse. So if he is better on the dirt, or at least as good on this surface of the dirt, which he's better bred for, he should win here. I mean, at least be very competitive against their 2 lifetime allowances. And this horse is 5-1 morning line, so it's worth a shot if he's a little bit of a price. Break the Fall, legitimate favorite here. I mean, the horse comes off a good-looking victory last time and came out of a good race the prior start against maiden special weights. Ran second behind Burn Notice, who's a pretty good one. The horse that was third is the one that makes him look good. 3-point stance yesterday. What an effort by that horse. I mean, the other one, I think it was Percy, was the main speed. 3-point stance just still went by him effortlessly. So obviously was much the best in that race. And, Break the Fall looked good last time. He didn't beat anything in the race. But I like his previous start, the fact that he did run second in that burn notice race with 3-point stance. So I'm gauging him out of that race. And obviously just took care of business as he should have won last time. He's supposed to win at 2-5. I think he's good enough to be tough in here. Legitimate favorite, and obviously got to use him. Now the Niz and Torelli have two of them in here. You got Skellig Island, who should be better going long. I just don't like the post. And then you got Jake's Orchard, who hasn't shown much in 2 starts, but is a much better router than sprinter, and I think could wake up a little bit here for the 2 sprint races. The last race was against Banker Blaney. That horse is sharp. He's won 3 in a row. How could he go against her? So draw a line through the last race, and the first start was against King's Leap. King's Leap has won 2 in a row. So he's just been up against a couple tough horses at a distance that he doesn't like. Stretch him out to a route. The only issue would be the amount of pace in here. From the rail, Paint the Line is going to have some speed. But, he doesn't need the lead. He just likes to be on the front line, it seems like, when he's run well. And he's done some quick fractions on the front, and he seems to hang in there. He's that type of horse that you could use in the number, even if there's other pace in the race. And that's the case here, first time stretching out. 8-1 on Jake's Orchard, but I do like him at the distance. The 6 Alfgard could take advantage of all the pace in here. You got Paint the Line, Jake's Orchard, as mentioned, and some other ones that figure to be close up. And Alfgard should have something to run at. Last time ran second to Sorority Prank. Well, we saw how good Sorority Prank was yesterday. And a very patient ride, by the way, as the other one just went out there in 24 flat. And where are you going with that one? So it was a good job with Sorority Prank. I think it was one of the ones that where he won. So Alfgar, yeah, he's going to have something to run at. I guess you got to look at it that way. And got the route under his belt, too. So there's some things to like with Alfgar. I don't love the price. I like him because of his running style, and he's always right there. But at 4-1, it's not such a great endeavor. But I think he does have a big chance in here to at least hit the board and possibly win. So 4, 3, 5, 6 in race number 4. Okay, now we go to the wide open 3-year-old filly maiden race. This one should be a lot of fun. This one, you got to watch trips. Especially when they've only had, you got time, go up to our replay booth. They haven't had that many starts. You can look at some of the races from some of these. I landed on the 2. Remember, we scratched the 7, Eddie Murray. I'm kind of inside. I've got what Pan Man calls the granny box, the 1, 2, 3. So Value Dreamer ran once, and it was on the synthetic surface at Gulfstream, the Tapeta, and ran 4th that day. Now they didn't pay a lot of money for this horse. $2,700 cost as a yearling. That race was a runaway winner, a much the best winner at Gulfstream. Obviously a tougher race than this one, but it was on a different surface. The Dam was a multiple stakes winner on the dirt. So maybe the same type of reasons why I liked Ozzy in the race before. Again, not that I'm an Ozzy fan. But Value Dreamer comes out of a good race. She's not competitive. The winner did win by a lot, and she's 4th, far behind. It looked like they were pretty strung out in the finish in that race at Gulfstream. So this is a different story, though. It's a much easier race. You got the best trainer at the track. The Dam's a multiple stakes winner, probably the best rider at the track. So you got the connections. And I don't know, is this a relative, the owner? I'm going to go with Value Dreamer on top. I don't know, maybe it is. The one horse Mio Atlas. Is that My World? That'd be a pretty good guess, isn't it? Because you think of who's the big lifter, the Atlas, Charles Atlas. Atlas's World, right? My World. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I like the breeding on this one. Out of a Dam by Uncle Mo had great works leading up to the initial start, and this is one of a few of them that come out of a race. It was a runaway winner, Miss C. Banker. That horse ended up getting DQ'd, I believe. That was the one we had the mishap in the race. The winner did get DQ'd, but you know, and horses are avoiding. There was a little bit of a mishap in that race. So you almost like got to draw a line through everybody's race in that one. Oh, I think Miss C. Banker's scheduled to come back here either tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? So, I mean, you look at the works leading up to that debut. They were good, and she did take some money going off at odds of 9-2. Draws the rail here, and arguably it's a little bit easier 3-year-old filly race again. I don't know how. We'll see how good the 2 is, my top choice. But Mio Atlas certainly plays. If you liked her last time, you're playing her at 9-2 in her first career start. You can draw a line through it, and you can like her today. And she's 6-1, so I'll use her second. Another one is the 6, Ring of the Rise. She comes out of a different race, a race where Cajonette went out there to the usual lead. Cajonette at stop late, and the winner was just in perfect position to go by her late. I think that one runs today too. Yeah, she did get off badly, and that was her debut. She got off slow, didn't make much of a run. She kind of stayed inside and just kind of ran evenly, but maybe lost interest after the bad start. I mean, it wasn't that she broke horse. She just broke kind of slow. I mean, she was a little sluggish. So maybe she could improve off of that race. There was a horse with a similar profile for Dixon that won last week. So I'm going inside. Going to go with the 2, 1, and 3. Some other horses to consider. You got Slow Ready could improve. Mission Avenue. That one's out of Dean Avenue. That horse got every reason to improve. But I did use Practically Summer for 4th, just off of last year's form. She hasn't run since November, but her only race here as a 2-year-old, she did run a pretty good second behind Stunning Sugar, who I like in the first race, so I got to use her. So I'll go with the 2, 1, 3. I'll throw in the 9 for former jockey Adil Khan. I don't know how Adil made weight during his career. Good rider too. He's tall. I say that because he's taller than me. Not that I'm tall. I'm just saying he's taller than me. 6 race and allowance race going 5.5. We scratched the 1, Brewing. Jeremiah Flores on the 9. He has it all. Good race. I mean, you got the speed of Blamiker. He's making his first start as a 3-year-old. He has it all, cuts back. Can't stand Disco, tough post, but he's had a couple good races. Gold Templar was out of condition last time. Some things to like. I did land on Solo's Fury, mainly because he comes out of the King's Leap race, and he did battle. I mean, King's Leap was best. King's Leap made a decisive move at the end to win that race. They were both with the racetrack in a sense because the rail was not good that day. It was one of these slow rail days that we had. But Solo's Fury did battle King's Leap all the way to the wire. And King's Leap is a good one. That one came back to win going long. I think they stretched that one out after that race. And you look at the previous race for Solo's Fury, it was too short. It was 4.5 furlongs, and it was a race won by Storm and Sammy, who's been pretty sharp to start off the season. Then was overmatched at another track. But Solo's Fury, a couple seconds in a row, takes the weight off with apprentice rider Chris Elliott, gets it done. I think the main threat is where Andre Worry goes. I mean, this probably wasn't his choice. You have to declare the bug at time of entry. But Blamiker could improve as a 3-year-old. Looked good, breaking his maiden. Didn't get a lot of support that day, which is rare here at Finger Lakes. Usually see these horses that run so well, they usually get bad. This horse was much the best and looked good, breaking his maiden. And they put him in a stakes race right after that. And he ran okay. He just ran into Cast a Coin for who ran very well for Jacqueline Falk. And the horse was second, was pretty good too. I mean, that horse was not for nothing, was probably a better horse going long, and still almost won the Tin Cup Challenge Stakes. I mean, it's a minor stake that we have here, but at least they liked him enough off of that pretty impressive debut to try him in that stake race right away. He could be the speed here. I don't know how good he is first start off the layoff as a 3-year-old. He may get some pressure. Like I said, he's getting the lead in 2-year-olds. They're not going as fast as the older horses as far as the speed. But he could fill out and run better here as a 3-year-old. You got to consider him. Can't Stand Disco. I had him on the bad part of the track. He was on a dead rail last time, pretty much for a lot of the trip. And if you're that kind of a player here, you watch the and I have been. I was probably one of the first public handicappers ever mentioned the way the track plays as far as dead rail, good rail, speed, closer. That just shows I've been here too long. But Can't Stand Disco looked good breaking his maiden. Now, he did take advantage of a speed favored racetrack opening day. I mean, speed won, but he was coming in here with horrible form. I mean, this horse didn't hit the board in a lot of those races in New York. And maybe you kind of cast it off as, okay, he took advantage of the track. He's fit like most Ferraro horses are, and he won the race. But he came back and ran pretty well. He didn't get much support that day at odds of 16-1. But he's in that race with King's Leap and Solo's Fury, and he's getting the worst of it because he's down on the inside. I think you can consider him here. And then I'll throw in He Has It All on the turn back. This was running against the one other than allowances in New York in sprints and chased a pretty quick pace going a mile here in his only start at Finger Lakes. I mean, they went quick. They went 47.5, and he was hanging in there and ran second to a pretty good one in Kitty Hawk. So another one to consider in race number 6. Good race. Yeah, 7, 6, 10, 9. That seems like those are good numbers there. Okay, 7th race. Remember, 8 races on the card, so we start the late double. Now, I liked this horse last time. Didn't like the trip that I got. Well, kind of started with a bad start. Sure, the connections didn't like the trip either because he had a bad start. What are you going to do? And it was a question of how she was going to handle the track after running on different surfaces. I thought she ran okay on the dirt, first race on the dirt, and it just had the mishap of that. I mean, I did have the win. I think I had her second. Mama Gigi looked like she was going to win the race, coming off the sharp maiden victory where she did 4.5 in that very quick time, as mentioned. And they just battled around the track, Mama Gigi and Bald Kitten. Bald Kitten is an off-track lover. She likes to slop. And so Echo Baby did make up some ground, but the other two just didn't back up, especially after she had the bad start. And it wasn't like they went that fast that day. You talk about Mama Gigi doing the quick fractions of the fast time opening day. That day, they were going 23 and 47. Yes, they battled, but they didn't back up. And that was bad news for Echo Baby, who didn't have the good start. But at least she ran okay on the dirt. She handled it, and I think she's got a good chance to win here. I mentioned Bald Kitten. The big question with Bald Kitten is going to be, how is she on a fast track? You know she's bred for an off track. This will be the first time on a fast racetrack, unless we get some late rain here, since her debut, where she may have needed that first start. Well, one of the things you can say is kind of a negative because she's bred for the off track. Who knows? Maybe she's that good right now. But she's battling with Visa Rock, Mamba Gigi, some sharp horses that you got to think that if she gets the lead in here, she's going to be awfully tough. I think so, yeah. And she could possibly get the lead in here. We'll see how good Echo Baby breaks to see if she lets her get away. Hypnotic Flare, she's one of those stalking types. She ran a good second in her first start here, and that was off the layoff. She was coming off the layoff since New York. First start as a 3-year-old here anyway, or 4-year-old I should say. She did run here as a 3-year-old and ran well. she broke her maiden pretty convincingly when she ran here as a 3-year-old. And again, her last race isn't bad. She did run behind Echo Baby. Again, Echo Baby had the slow start, so I kind of give a little more push out of that race towards Echo Baby running a better race than Hypnotic Flare did. Again, it might be who handled the off-track better, and that was also another reason why I liked Echo Baby out of that race better than Hypnotic Flare, because Hypnotic Flare has performed well on an off-track, has proven on the off-track. And that's the thing with both Hypnotic Flare and Bald Kitten. They seem to both be better on off-tracks than the others in here. And maybe that's a negative going on a fast track in this race. So I'm going to go with these 7, 8, and 6 in race number 7. Okay, last race, we scratched the 1 part of entry with dashing speed, 11 and 9 claimer, going 5.5. All right, I had a tough time with this race. This one's, if you're playing the late pick 4, pick 5, I'd want a bunch of them in the last race. It's not a race you're going to stand alone with anybody. I mean, Night Spot's got good numbers, but he's only had 1 start since 2022. Maybe that's why he's 8-1. Monomoy Beach drops in class. He's 12-1. First Sons, it's his second start off a long layoff. Sway the Jury looked good breaking his maiden, was overmatched against allowance horses. Last Drink was a little disappointing, but he was off a layoff, maybe needing the race. He looks like the inside speed of the race. Connect the Brox has had a lot of chances at 1 for 22. But is this one of those races where he's just better than these horses? It's not a strong 11 and 9 claimer, unlike I was talking about that other 11 and 9 earlier in the day with the multiple conditions. That race was tough. I mean, this is only a 2 lifetime. But I thought from a class level, isn't it kind of like a $5,000 claimer when you look at some of these horses? I mean, Sway the Jury might be good, and First Sons is 11 and 9. It's Night Spot's been racing. I don't know. I still think Connect the Brox's numbers are good enough from last year to beat this 11 and 9 this year. It's a question of, does he want to win? And that is a big question. He's better bred to go long than short, but he does, at least at this point, he's been running better short. He's a check getter, is what we'll say. He's at 5.5. You got some speed to run at. That's the big thing. Last Drink and First Sons look like you got a couple speeds. And Monomoy Beach, his best race, when he broke his maiden, he sent to the front. Connect the Brox is going to have something to run at. Maybe being fresh he's going to run his best race. I like the works leading up to this first race. He didn't have those kind of works last year when he was running against 11-9. So maybe we'll see a better horse today coming off the break against an easier type of field. I hate taking these type when they're 1 for 22 as check getters. He's at least a good horse to use underneath, but I'm going to take a shot, as I may not get 4-1 on him again if he doesn't win here. First Sons is an interesting one at a little bit of a again, I'm taking some shots in this race. First Sons was off of a long layoff from May of 2024. That's over a year away from the races. And considering that, I thought he ran pretty good. He broke kind of poorly. I don't think it was that horribly, but when you're a speed type, which he is because he broke his maiden on the front end, you're kind of against it. And so considering he broke a little slow and then he's chasing, making a move, he understandably got a little bit tired late. I think he gets something out of that race being off so long. If he runs back to his form, he run against 30,000 maidens in New York and winning a 30,000 in New York, he should be tough in here. And my thing is, if you can win a 30,000 maiden in New York, you're competitive against our 2 lifetime allowance horses. Well, this is a 2 lifetime claimer that isn't that strong. So I think he plays, and he's 6-1. The 2-horse Last Drink is inside of him, so he might have that advantage as being the inside speed with First Sons as the outside speed. They did bet him last time, and that's a positive sign coming off the layoff. But his form last year was good at the 11-9 level. So can we give one to him. Say he needed the race. It was 6 furlongs off the layoff. He just got a little tired. You could. I mean, you have to draw a line through that race if you like him today. You're kind of making that excuse that he needed the race if you're using him today, and that's a big possibility. So if he runs to last year's form, he should be tough in here. Yeah, I just didn't like Sway the Jury at the price. The 6 night spot. What do you do with this horse? I mean, you talk about a horse. Where have you been? You know, he's off a layoff from 2022. And you see what happens when you're off a long layoff when Mike Tyson tried to fight again. I mean, that's a long time away. I mean, he's out there grazing in the fields, having a good time. Then say, hey, buddy, you're going to have to run again, but you get to run down in West Virginia. He ran well. Those are easier races in Mountaineer, but it is 12-5 that he ran against. And he ran second. So I don't know, what do you do? I mean, if he comes here, and this is an easier race than he ran at Mountaineer, so he plays off the numbers. I don't know. It's his second start in 3 years. If he runs to that Mountaineer race, I know Mountaineer is easier in general, but that's the 12-5. I'm going to use night spot for 4th. I think he plays, and he's 8-1 morning line. Again, where have you been for 3 years? A lot can happen in 3 years. Maybe not for me, but a lot can happen for 3 years for a lot of people. I don't know. Okay, Fast Racetrack. That's my picks for today. I thought there were some competitive pick 4s and pick 5s, so maybe spread out a little bit. If you could find a single that you like, those are some good plays and might get a little value in those pick 4 and pick 5 pools. We continue live racing. Got another good card tomorrow with an 8-race card. 1 o'clock will be the first post, and I'll do the morning show as normal, so enjoy.
Horses are coming on the track for the first race for Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Out of the Cloud and Christian Navarro. Number 2, Igniting the Flame and Sofia Vives. Number 3, Equinox and Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Rochelle Maybell, Michael Davila Jr. Number 5, Maze Loved Laffy and Heman Harkey. Number 6, World Bank with Andre Worry. Number 7, Stunning Sugar, Jeremias Flores, the jockey. Track is fast. First race in approximately 5 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the fillies and mares have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. First of 8 races on this Tuesday. Field of 7 fillies and mares, an allowance non-winners of 2. 7 to 5, number 7, Stunning Sugar. 2 to 1, number 3, Equinox. 5 to 2, number 2, Igniting the Flame. Igniting the Flame. The next to go into the gate. Equinox. Stunning Sugar to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Decent start. Then after the start, Rochelle My Bell had the check. It's World Bank who sends out for the lead. Stunning Sugar in the outside. Igniting the Flame has shifted to the outside. Is now splitting rivals. Very headstrong in rank is Igniting the Flame, but at least she's made the front end. A gap of about 6 lengths back to Maze Loved Laffy. Mid-flight in 4th. Then it's Equinox in 5th. 6th place is Out of the Cloud, and a separation of 7 lengths to Rochelle My Bell, who's at the tail of the field. Igniting the Flame into the far turn, has a lead by a couple lengths. Stunning Sugar trying to cut into the margin 2nd. World Bank scrubbed upon for more speed in 3rd. Maze Love Laffy trying to improve on the outside in 4th. Equinox to the outside of Out of the Cloud, and many lengths back to Rochelle the Bell, who's at the back of the pack. The top 5 or 6 within 3 lengths of each other as they reach the top of the stretch. Stunning Sugar takes over. Igniting the Flame drops back. World Bank is in about the 2 path. Then it's Equinox, followed up by Maze Love Laffy in the stand side and the red blinkers. 1 furlong to go. Stunning Sugar has a lead by 4 lengths. The battle for 2nd, Equinox, World Bank, and Maze Love Laffy. But your winner, Stunning Sugar, will win by 3. Equinox wins that fight for 2nd. Then it's Maze Loved Laffy and World Bank in 4th. 7356, Stunning Sugar. Your winner, New York bred, 3-year-old bay filly by Central Banker out of Deep Trouble. Richie Rich Racing Stable owns. Paul Barrow trains. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Spruce Lane Farm. Becker Empire Equines. Conley Copper Beach. And Jib, the breeders of Stunning Sugar. It's official, 620, the winning mutual. Exacta $10.60, 50-cent trifecta $12.15, dime superfecta $9.05. Second race at Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time for race 2 in about 20 minutes at 1:29 p.m.
All right, coming up on race number 2. No surprises in race number 1 is Stunning Sugar. Just simply too good for that field. I guess the surprise was she wasn't that bad of a price at odds of 2-1, considering her form coming in. And that one round out a short exacta with Equinox to start off. As Jeremiah Flores gets the victory for Paul Barrow to start off your early pick 5. A 5,000 claimer is the second race. Never won 2 condition, going a distance of 1 mile. Tricky race here. No real standouts because you got some horses stretching out for the first time this year. One with everything has had 3 sprints. Manny Penny, 1 sprint. Waffler hasn't gone long this year. Mighty Dawn, not as well. Ranger Blue and Grand again. That's rounds out the whole field. So you basically got a field that doesn't have a lot of experience in 2025 going long. So fitness is going to be an issue with some of these horses. Well, look at some of the horses that are getting played. You got the 5 Ranger Blue, current favorite at 6-5. A lot of experience going long last year. First start of the year was in a sprint. Didn't fare too well in that race, but not his best distance. May have needed the race, and he stays at the 5,000 level and catches a pretty an easy field, considering anybody's got route experience this year. So Ranger Blue from back class. I don't know if you want to call it back class because he wasn't winning races, but he was competitive in a few of those races, which were better than the 5,000 claimers he's in today. So that would give him an edge in that sense. One with everything's off a $5,000 maiden win. At least he's had some starts this year. He's had 3 sprints. Might help him from a fitness standpoint going a mile against horses that haven't had a mile. Took him a while to break that maiden, though. But he did run down a horse that seemed like was going to shake loose down the stretch and probably ran the best race of his career. So maybe he's kind of on an upswing right now and tries to make it 2 in a row. A lot of times you'll see that horse wins the race finally and then comes back and wins a second time in a row against winners. But, I mean, he did step up in class in a sense, but that was basically a $5,000 maiden race. Although the winner, the horse that was second, Trojan Mule, ran okay against special weights the other day. The 2-horse Manny Penny, he'll go long for the first time this year. He doesn't have the best of form, but he's another one that has faced tougher in the past. He dropped to 5,000 last year, didn't get great pace scenarios in those $5,000 races, and they were tougher fields than what he'll face here. So he stays in for the waiver claim and stretches out for the first time and looks like he's going to have something to run at. One of the things you could say for this race, it does seem like you got a few speed types with these horses stretching out of sprints. So Manny Penny's running style could help him in a sense because he does have that closing style because he doesn't have much for early speed. So he is getting a little bit of early play, mainly because of the connections. He's a 5-1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got 7 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Here's number 1, One with Everything, and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2, Manny Penny, Joel Cruz. Number 3, is Waffler and Andre Worry. Number 4, The Mighty Don and Rafael Rohina Jr. Number 5 is Ranger Blue and Sofia Vives. And number 6, Grand Again and Michael de Villa Jr. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. The Mighty Don, Ranger Blue, and Grand Again. Grand Again to the outside. They're all at the gate. And they're off. Decent start. The Mighty Don barreling out for the front end. Ranger Blue forwardly placed with Grand Again outside second and third. One with Everything saves all the ground in fourth. Then it's Waffler in second last, and then about 3.5, 4 lengths to Maddie Penny, who drops back to the tail of the field as they navigate the first turn. The Mighty Don able to clear off by 2.5 lengths over Grand Again, who settles in the second spot. One with Everything the Gray in third. Then in fourth, that is Waffler, who kicks on through to the inside of Ranger Blue. And then a couple more lengths back to the trailer, that is Maddie Penny. As they race up the backstretch, it's the Mighty Don lead, swells to 5.5 lengths. Grand Again stalks in second, one with Everything up the inside in third. And then it's Waffler, who's now 3 wide in fourth, 6.5 lengths off the lead. Maddie Penny is in second last, and now Ranger Blue has been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Ranger Blue about 9.5 lengths off the lead, 3 furlongs to go. The Mighty Don has a lead. The lead's 4.5 lengths as Maddie Penny kicks on through towards the inside. Up into second is Maddie Penny. Maddie Penny making a good move on the turn. One with Everything drifts out wide in third, and then in fourth, that's Ranger Blue as they turn into the stretch. The Mighty Don, Maddie Penny now tackles on the outside, and Maddie Penny now grabs that lead away from the Mighty Don at the furlong marker. One with Everything is in third, then in fourth, Ranger Blue. 16th to go, it's Manny Penny. Manny Penny at 10-1 pulls off the upset. The Mighty Don hangs on for second. One with Everything third, Ranger Blue fourth. Two, 4, 1, 5. Number 2, Manny Penny first. Second race official, Manny Penny pays $22.80 to win. Manny Penny, New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut gully by Micromanage out of Sun Pennies. Horse and Hound Racing Stable owns M. Anthony Ferraro, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Scott Ronda, bred Manny Penny. Daily double, $85. Exacta, $84. 50-cent try, $110.50. Dime Superfecta, $32.20. Third race from Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Third race starts a 50-cent pick 4. Post time in about 24 minutes at 2:03 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 3. Looking back at the second. This race is crying out for a horse off the pace, but Manny Penny. Well, how often do you get 10 to 1 on a Ferraro Junior horse, the leading trainer? And Joel Cruz obviously riding great to start off the meet. But Manny Penny enjoyed the pace flow, and first time going long this year turned out to be a winning move there. 11 to 9 Claimer going 5.5 is this third race. As you see, money spread out here. You got to expect Easy Play to get some play. Fabulous Fox is going to get some action in here, dropping in class. Who Asked You's off the layup, but that horse always has good form. Start with Easy Play. The horse comes off a second place finish last time behind Darn That Song. Horse that was in higher class level all through last year. Won a few races in a row for Ferraro. And Easy Play dropped to the 11 to 9 last time and responded to the drop with a better effort to run second. So he stays at the same level, the 11 to 9, and she figures to be one of the main contenders in this race. These 6 horses, Fabulous Fox, I think she'll benefit from the drop here. She's not the same horse as last year, though, when she was really sharp in the lifetime allowance conditions and running some fast times here at Finger Lakes. Well, she ran in New York over the winter, found that competition too tough, and she just came back and not in the same kind of form. But it's not like she's that badly beaten, and she ran into a real good one in Sweet Anniversary last time. So maybe the drop in class could wake her up a little bit here. She's certainly been better than this level of horses, at least last year she was. Horse that could take advantage if the pace takes its toll is the one Tequila. She was running against allowance horses last year. She came off the layoff. They didn't really back up. Darn That Song and Easy Play just kind of ran around the track. It is shorter, though, so she will need help up front if she is going to put in her late run. And she does have 2 wins at the distance, but both those wins, she did take advantage of some good early paces. So she's definitely pace dependent. See if she gets it in here. Those are some of the contenders for race number 3, Exacta Tri Super, and the pick 4 starts with this race.
Horses coming on the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Start of a pick 4. Here's your field. Number 1 is Tequila with Luis Perez. Number 2, Bad Connection, John Barrios. Number 3, Easy Play, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, Who Asked You, Sofia Vives. Number 5, Saloon Girl, Joelle Cruz. Number 6, Fabulous Fox, and Andre Worry. Number 7, Lincolnville Beach and J.M. Rohina. Post time in approximately 5 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approach to the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Fillies and mares, field of 7 to go 5.5 furlongs. Two to 1 on number 6, Fabulous Fox. 5 to 2 on number 3, Easy Play. 3 to 1, number 4, Who Asked You? Who Asked You into line. Saloon Girl. 2 more left to load, Fabulous Fox and Lincolnville Beach. Lincolnville Beach to stall number 7. 2 to 1 Easy Play, 2 to 1 Fabulous Fox. They're all in the gate. And they're off half a step tardy, Tequila. It's Who Asked You who sends out for the lead. Easy Play and the green blinkers in between runners. And Bad Connection makes it a line of 3 early on. Saloon Girl is 4 wide in 4th. Fabulous Fox 5 wide 5th. Lincolnville Beach is very deep on the course in second last and about 5.5 off the lead. And 3 lengths to the slow starting Tequila, who's at the back of the pack. It's Bad Connection into the turn, who has a lead by a length and a half. Easy Play prompting outside in second. Who Asks You now being asked to go after leaders in third. And then in fourth, that is Saloon Girl. Fabulous Fox circles up on the outside. And then it's Tequila, who's out of last. Lincolnville Beach is at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. An Easy Play is the target. Comes off the turn, leading by 2. Tequila gets on through towards the inside, now up into second. And then it's Saloon Girl, who's in the blue blinkers, followed up by Fabulous Fox on the stand side. They run to the 16th pole. Tequila has overhauled Easy Play in deep stretch. And it's Tequila and Laurice Perez who will be visiting the winner's circle. Easy Play second, Fabulous Fox third, Lincolnville Beach fourth. One, three, and a photo for third. Number 1, Tequila, first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.19. To the winner's circle, number 1, Tequila. Kentucky bred, 7-year-old dark brown mare by Liam's Map out of Beautiful Girl. Owned by Toka Stables. Jonathan Buckley is the trainer, and Luis Perez, the winning jockey. Jumping Jack Racing bred Tequila. Double $215.50, exacted $58.50, 50-cent try, $58, dime super, $31.15, $13.80 the winning mutual on Tequila. Fourth race here at Finger Lakes. No scratches or jockey changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and late pick 5 wagering. Post time for race number 4 in about 19 minutes at 2:31 p.m. Did have a claim in the third. Number 6, Fabulous Fox was claimed. New owner trainer M. Anthony Ferraro. Number 6, Fabulous Fox, claimed by M. Anthony Ferraro, owner trainer.
All right, horse in the paddock for race number 4, and pace makes the race. Sometimes you can get that trip, and Tequila able to get a nice trip under Louis Perez to sneak up the inside and close and get the victory at a pretty decent price. He gets the win for John Buckley to start off the early pick 4. Okay, 4th race. We'll start a pick 5. This is the late pick 5. This has the the carryover. The early one has the mandatory. This is a tricky race. I mean, you do have the 4 Ozzy, who is unproven on the dirt, does have some pretty good turf form. But the interesting thing about Ozzy is he does seem to be better bred for the dirt than the turf, although he did break his maiden as a 2-year-old on the turf course. So he is out of a dam by Nyquist, and the dam's only win was on a dirt route. He's by Byrne and Dede, so maybe if he takes to the dirt here, he's certainly got enough of a class edge. Even though those are restricted 3-year-olds, those are some tough groups he comes out of. These are now at odds of 5-2. The 3 horse is Break the Fall, and then Break the Fall comes out of a couple good races. I mean, the race won by Burn Notice, where he ran second. The horse that was third, 3-point stance, a couple starts later, but he came back to win yesterday and looked good in that victory. And Burn Notice was no slouch either. So this one coming back to win as well was no big surprise. And he did close on this not that fast of a pace of 50 and 115. So he was much the best. He was expected to win, but he's much the best last time. So he'll get tested a little more facing winners for the first time. But off the last race, he's certainly a contender in here. The 6 horse, you got to think Alfgar would take advantage if there is a strong enough pace up front, as he does have that style to sit back and make a run. And he did run second to Sorority Prank. Sorority Prank looked good winning yesterday, even though he was well beaten by Sorority Prank. Sorority Prank well beat the field yesterday coming back to win. So that makes Alfgar's last race look that much better, and that was his first time stretching out this year. So Alfgar was more of an underneath type when he was a maiden, but against this field, hard to not use in the top 3, especially after seeing what Sorority Prank did his next start. The other price horse I had in here was the 5, Jake's Orchard, one of 2 for Torelli and the Niz, as this one should be better on the stretch out. Notice got a lot of seconds last year against some tough quality horses in the maiden special weight condition before finally breaking his maiden at the end of the year. The sprint is not his thing, so the last couple races in the sprints, maybe he got something out of it from a fitness standpoint, but he certainly wasn't competitive. Maybe the stretch out to the route, this horse can wake up a little bit and get in the number. He's not getting much per play right now at odds of 8-1. So those are my picks here for the 4th. We got about 6 minutes to post. This race starts the pick 5. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double also offered here.
Horses coming on the track for race number 4, start of the late 50-cent pick 5 here at Finger Lakes. Leading the post parade, number 1, Paint the Line, and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2, Find a Name, and Juan Diaz. Number 3 is Break the Fall, and Sofia Vives. Number 4, Ozzy, Andre Worry in the irons. Number 5 is Jake's Orchard and Heman Harkey. Number 6, Ielfgar, Joel Cruz. Number 7, Maggie's Boy, Luis Perez. Number 8, John's in Charge with J.M. Rohina. And there's the 9, Skellig Island and Christian Navarro. Post time in about 3 minutes or so. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. Horses have reached the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Jake's Orchard in the line. Ielfgar, current favorite at 8-5. Maggie's Boy, John's in Charge, and Skellig Island still behind the gate. John's in Charge. Skellig Island to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Jake's Orchard edging out for the front end. Paint the line towards the inside. Maggie's Boy is forwardly placed. Ozzy is in the white blinkers in amongst horses. John's in Charge is widest around that first turn. And then it's Break the Fall. A length and a half to Ielfgar, who's got 2 beat at this point in time. They are Skellig Island and Find the Names at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. 4 abreast as they turn on to the backstretch, 6 furlongs to go. Jake's Orchard on top, the leads 3 parts of a length. Ozzy is in chase mode second as it's Maggie's Boy 3 wide, John's in Charge 4 wide, and then a length, now a half length to Break the Fall, who's in about the 2 path to the outside of Paint the Line. 2 lengths to Ielfgar is only 5 lengths off the lead. Find a Name scrapes the paint in second last, and Skellig Island trails the field. Half mile to go. Jake's Orchard still on top. The lead's 3 parts of a length. over Ozzy, who's on the outside in second. As it's paint the line towards the inside third, break the fall, races in fourth. Now it's Find a Name, skimming the inside, trying to get through towards the inside. Had to put on the brakes slightly. Ialfgar replaces him on the outside into the top five, 4.5 lengths off the lead. Ialfgar able to get through in between horses up into third as Find a Name had enough of the ground saving mode, goes to the outside with Skellick Island as they turn into the stretch. It's Jake's Orchard on top. Ialfgar's got the trip, and Ialfgar's got dead aim on Jake's Orchard with 1 furlong to go. Ialfgar takes over from Jake's Orchard. Then it's Break the Fall and Find a Name progressing in the far outside fourth, but with a 16th to go, it's Ialfgar. Give Joel Cruz a Roddy double. Jake's Orchard second over Break the Fall, and then it was Find a Name. Six, 5, 3, 2. In the fourth from Finger Lakes, number 6, Ialfgar, your unofficial winner. Mile 40 yards, 142.89. Fourth race, official. 380 the win mutual on Ialfgar. He's coming back to the winner's circle. New York bred. 4-year-old big gelding by Leo Frick out of Star Orchid. Luann Bianchi and Rachel Sells the ownership. Rachel Sells the trainer. And Joel Cruz with a riding double today. ZBS Thoroughbreds and Leo Frick Syndicate bred Ialfgar. Double $53, exacta $35.60, 50-cent try, $31.12. Dime super, $29.85, 50-cent pick 3, $106.62. Fifth race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 7, Eddie Marie. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 4 wagering. Post time, race 5 in about 23 minutes at 3:05 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready to run race number 5. That was Alfgar, who's able to get through, get the trip as the speed did back up. Big effort by long shot Jake's Orchard to hang in there for a while, but Alfgar able to get the trip under cruise control. Gets the win for Rachel Sells. Man, money showed up late on that one. Odds of 4-5 in race number 4. Okay, 5th race, a maiden event. This for 3-year-old fillies. Goes the distance of 6 furlongs. Scratch the 7. That's Eddie Marie. Pretty wide open 3-year-old race here. A big question mark, I would think, would be a lack of pace in here. There isn't a lot of speed signed up for this race. You do see a lot of early play on the 2. Value Dreamer seems to come out of a better race where she was running on the Tapeta down at Gulfstream, and that wasn't that long ago, and ran a decent 4th. I guess you say wasn't really competitive as a runaway winner that day. So it goes first time Lasix, faces easier, should be okay on the dirt as far as the breedings. Out of a dam, that was a multiple stakes winner. Let's see if how she'll handle it. This one is at odds of even money. The one I thought was a nice price horse. This one right now at odds of 8-1. Comes off a 3rd place finish out of a horse by Uncle Mo. I should say the dam is by Uncle Mo. The dam costs $140,000 as a yearling, so they thought a lot of her. And this one had some really nice work, some bullet works leading up to her debut. But she was in a race that was won by a runaway winner, but that horse was DQ'd as there was a mishap that happened in the race. You can almost draw a line through a few horses' PPs from that race. So Mio Atlas may be worth a look because she was working well, and they did better a little bit in that race at odds of 9-2. Doesn't seem like they're betting her much today at odds of 7-1. A couple others to consider. I see some money on the outside with Signifying Nothing. She comes out of that same race. Practically Summer's an interesting one. She's at 9-2. She's got the numbers in the class to beat these. She was running as a 2-year-old in New York. She had the one start as a 2-year-old here, and it wasn't bad. It was a good 2nd place finish behind Stunning Sugar. We saw how good that one is earlier today. But of course, she hasn't run this year, so she's a tricky proposition here, making her first start as a 3-year-old. So we do scratch the 7, Eddie Marie. That one, probably one of the favorites in here, or would have been. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with this race. Good luck.
Coming on the track, race 5 from Finger Lakes, started a late 50-cent pick 4. Scratch the 7, Eddie Marie. Leading the post parade, number 1, Mio Atlas, and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2, Valued Dreamer, and Sofia Vives. Number 3, Ring of the Rise, and Nasario Alvarado. Number 4 is Slow Ready, and Heeman Harkey. Number 5 is Jet Tador and Luis Perez. Number 6, Mission Avenue and Stephen Frett. Number 8, Signifying Nothing, Andre Worry the jockey. Number 9, Practically Summered, and J.M. Rohina. And number 10, Curtain Closed, Kevin Navarro. Got a leg up. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Start a late 50-cent pick 4, field of 9 to go 6 furlongs. 3-2 on number 2, Valued Dreamer, who made her debut down in South Florida at Gulfstream Park. 5-2, second choice, number 9, Practically Summer, making her seasonal debut, second last time out here in the fall at Finger Lakes in a maiden race. Ring of the Rise. Slow Ready. Jet Tador. In my bad French. Up into the gate. Mission Avenue. Signifying Nothing. Practically Summer. 8-5 Value Dreamer. 2-1 Practically Summer. Signifying Nothing. Up into the gate. Practically Summer. And curtain closed. And they're all in the gate. Riders off. Value Dreamer. We might have, we're going to have a delay here. One of the horses is caught up, I believe. Stoddard is over in a hurry. We're going to have a delay here. Late scratch. Scratch number 2, Value Dreamer. Number 2, Value Dreamer is a late scratch in race number 5. Scratch number 2, Value Dreamer from this 5th race. Got injured in the gate. Loading up once again. As Mio Atlas, the first to go up. Number 2, Value Dreamer, late scratch from this 5th race. Inheriting the favorites role, number 9, Practically Summer. 7-5 on her. 7-2 on number 8, Signifying Nothing. 4-1 on number 1, Mio Atlas. Mission Avenue coming forward. Signifying Nothing. Practically Summer. Curtain closed to the outside. 3-2 on Practically Summer. They're on the gate, and they're off. A little bit slow, was slow ready. It's Signifying Nothing who's barreling out for the front. Mio Atlas flashing early speed in second. Mission Avenue right behind the early leaders in third. Practically Summer outside in fourth. Ring of the Rise advancing in fifth. 3.5 off the lead. A space of 2.5 lengths to Jet Tador, who's about a length in front of Slow Ready, who's about 3 in front of Curtain Closed, who's in the 8th and trailing position. On to the turn, Mio Atlas and Signifying Nothing. These two spar for the lead. Practically Summer is in a decent spot in third, now being asked to go after leaders in third, 3 off the lead. Mission Avenue is in fourth, and then in fifth is Jet to Door to the outside of Slow Ready. 2 lengths to Ring of the Rise in second last, and Curtain Closed trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Signifying Nothing turns them in as Mio Atlas comes under a busy ride in second, as it's Mission Avenue is trying to get on track in third, followed up by Jet Tador and Ring of the Rise up the inside late, but with a 16th to go, Signifying Nothing shaking up on the front end and responds, leads by 5. Mission Avenue up into second, your winners, Signifying Nothing. Third, Jet Tador, and Mio Atlas fourth. Eight, 6, 5, 1. Number 8, Signifying Nothing. Your unofficial winner. Going off as the second choice at 3-1. 6 furlongs and 113.53. to the winner's circle. Number 8, Signifying Nothing. New York bred. 3-year-old dark brown filly by Central Banker. Out of Time Counts. Joseph McMahon and Ann McMahon, the ownership. Ralph D'Alessandro, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Cedar Meadow bred, Signifying Nothing. It's official 860, the winning mutual. Regular double 2320. Consolation double 6 and 2 370. Exacta 133.50. 50-cent trifecta 223.50. Dime superfecta 236.90. Regular pick 3 168 $47.25. Consolation pick 3 162 $10.20. Pick 5 5 of 5 $2,556.50. 6th race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1 Brewing. Put Jeremiah Flores on number 9. He has it all. Jeremiah Flores on number 9. He has it all. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Daily double. Pick 3 wagering. Post time for race number 6 in about 18 minutes at 3:41 p.m.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 6. We did have a late scratch of the 2 Value Dreamer, and that one, if you had the pick 4 or pick 5 with that horse, you would have gotten the post time favorite, which I believe ended up being the 9, Practically Summer. So that one didn't win. The winner was the 8, Signifying Nothing. Big effort from that horse today, as he was able to get out to the lead, outbroke the field, and then put away the 1 and drew away to win pretty easily. Andre Worry, who had the 4 wins yesterday, he keeps it going. He wins for trainer Ralph D'Alessandro. All right, we turn the page and go to the 6th race. 6th race, we did lose the 1 horse, Brewing, so we're left with the 9 betting interests. And we'll start with the 7. That's Solo's Fury. Solo's Fury coming off a 2nd place finish with Worry. He's on the 6th today. Blamaker, good speed start, making his first start as a 3-year-old. Solo's Fury, though, comes off a 2nd place finish to King's Leap, who another 3-year-old that came back and won going long. But Solo's Fury battled that one to the wire. That was after finding the 4.5 to be too short against Storm and Sammy the race before, but he still ran 2nd that day. So a couple seconds in a row for Solo's Fury. And he deserves another chance here, as he's going 5.5 again, and no King's Leap in here. So it's one of those process of elimination that makes him a strong player. The 9 horse, He Has It All, seems to be getting action here. Jeremiah Flores should be listed as the rider. He's a regular rider for this barn, but he cuts back in distance after a good 2nd place finish last time after chasing a pretty quick pace. They finished up pretty good too in 141, but was running against tougher in New York in that one other than condition. So off of that, he's a logical horse, and he was running primarily sprints there. So, off of that recent race, he's got to be considered one of the contenders in here. He is getting some early plays, currently the favorite on the board at 8-5. My second choice was the horse making his first start as a 3-year-old. Hard to say how he's going to be in his first start here as a 3-year-old. He only made 2 starts as a 2-year-old. He looked good in his maiden. Didn't get much support that day. He did get bet down late to 6-1. But then he ran in the minor stakes race, the Tin Cup Chalice, against Cast a Coin for Jacqueline Falk, who won that race. But he did show speed that day. And this is a race that really doesn't have a ton of speed in it. So if he could get out there and get to the lead, he could be dangerous. But again, it's his first start as a 3-year-old and the first start against older horses. So it's a tough task, but we'll see how good this one is in his initial start. It's only his 3rd career start today. This 10 horse, Can't Stand Disco, maybe overlooked. Keep in mind, an M. Anthony Ferraro trainee won earlier on the card. I think it was the 2nd race, overlooked at 10-1. Tough to say, we got a leading trainer who has a 10-1 horse and then has another one that seems like one of the contenders that's at odds of 17-1, at least early. I mean, he did take advantage of a track that was speed favoring on opening day, outbattled horse to get the victory. And he also comes out of the King's Leap race at Solo's Fury, and he may have gotten the worst of it that day because he was on the inside. The rail did not play that well that day. I mean, we're used to the rail being good lately, but going back to May 19th, didn't have much for rail winners that day. So he actually ran okay, considering that was his first start against winners. He's stuck on the outside today, and there is other speed inside him, so it may lead to being hung out a little bit in here, but it obviously worth a look at 17-1 when he was 10-1 morning line. I used him in my top 3 just based on he was on the bad part of the track and he didn't finish all that badly that day. So I think he's a contender as well. Gold Templar, he comes out of a race that maybe is a glorified one state bred, we'll call it that. It scratched down to 4 horses, and it basically was a 5,000 claimer that ended up winning the race. He was technically out of condition because he was only a 2-time winner or 1-time winner, and he's back in the proper condition today. But again, this race actually could be tougher than that 4-horse field, even though he was out of condition last time. So again, it was a little bit of a glorified one state bred. But with that said, he did run a pretty good second in the slop the race before against, or third, I should say, but not badly beaten against the next out winner, puckish on a sloppy racetrack. So he's more of an underneath type in a lot of his races, but he often fires, and maybe another one to consider using in your tries and supers. So that's some of the contenders here for race number 6. We start the last pick 3 of the day. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double against Scratch the 1. Brewing.
Coming on the track, race 6 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 1 Brewing. Here's number 2 Gold Templar and Laird Bailey aboard. Number 3 Joe West and Luis Perez. Number 4 Sweet Julian and Kevin Navarro. Number 5 is English Storm and Jose Baez. Number 6, Blamiker. Going to the 7, Solos Fury and Chris Elliott. Number 8, David's Tuition and Michael Davila Jr. Number 9, He Has It All, Jeremiah Flores, the jockey change. And number 10 is Can't Stand Disco, Joel Cruz. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9, allowance race, non-winners of 2, going 5.5. 8-5 on number 7, Solo's Fury. 5-2 on number 6, Blamaker. And 7-2 on number 9, He Has It All. Sweet Julian going up. Trying to get Solo's Fury into the gate. And they're off. Fury in second. He Has It All contending outside in third. Gold Templar nudged upon in fourth, 6 lengths off the lead, a gap of 5. Joe West is towards the inside in fifth, and then in sixth, it's He Has It All as they turn into the stretch, and it's Blamaker who turns him in. Sixth race is official. 670 the winning mutual for Blamaker. Blamaker to the winner's circle. New York bred, 3-year-old big colt by Blame out of Thicker Than Water. My Purple Haze Stables owns Chris Engelhardt, trains Andre Worry with a riding double today. Newtown Anners Stud Farm
All right, we're coming up on race number 7, and man, I think we just saw a future star. I mean, that horse just tore up the racetrack in 103 and won for fun. First start as a 3-year-old, only the 3rd career start, and man, did that horse look good. Could you say Ontario County Stakes? Andre Worry again. That one just in cruise control for Chris Engelhardt, My Purple Haze Stable. What a very impressive performance. What can you say? I think that's the fastest time of the year. All right, 7th race, we scratched the 4 Lady Raincorn. Hard to follow that one up. This race goes 6 furlongs. And looking at some of the contenders in here, you got the 7 Echo Baby, who may have been compromised by the start last time, but does come out of a good heat that was run on and off track. Mamba Gigi, who's been sharp, she won the first couple of races. She did the fastest time for 4.5 for Chris Engelhardt in that one's on opening day. Bald Kitten, of course, an off-track lover. Those two just kind of battled on the front end. They didn't back up to her, so nobody really changed positions in that particular race. So see if things change here. She's got to go after Bald Kitten again, who breaks outside of her. But I like her chances. She's at odds of 2-1, just a slight favorite on the board right now. And talking about Bald Kitten, she only had one start on a fast track, and that was her debut. So it's tough to gauge how good she is on a fast track, because she certainly has off-track breeding, and that's the surface that she's been on. But you got the red-hot Andre Worry. I mean, Andre Worry still continues to be on fire. Another multiple win day for him, and he had 4 wins on yesterday's card. And this horse has good early speed, and there isn't a ton of speed inside of her. So she's definitely a contender in here just from a tactical standpoint and off good current form. It's just a matter of, is she as good on a fast track as she has been on the off track, which has been the only surface that she's been on lately. The 6 horse is Hypnotic Flare. She's got enough tactical speed to stay close here. She ran second off of the layoff, and she's encountered sloppy racetracks or off tracks every time she's run a Finger Lakes. So you say the same thing for her as you can for Bald Kitten. And she does have some decent off-track breeding, not as good as Bald Kitten, but she certainly runs well. But she is more likely to run better on the fast track than the off track, because she doesn't have as strong an off-track breeding as Bald Kitten. And she has made a good account of herself in every start here at Finger Lakes. So she's certainly a player, and she is getting a little bit of action at 6-1. The tricky read is the horse off the maiden, the 5 ZN. They didn't think much of her in her debut when she went off at odds of 31-1, and it wasn't much of a field that she beat, but she did it in a good time. I guess you could say that about ZN. She was in good position, as she did have a horse that often gives it up right in front of her, so she basically inherited late, but she was drawing away as well. So tough to gauge her off the maiden win, but she'll be tested here facing winners for the first time. And she's going to get some action off of the good time that she did that day. So Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7. Got about 5 minutes to post.
Fillies and Mares walking onto the track for race 7. Scratch the 4. Number 1 is Practical Rachel and Christian Navarro. Number 2, Princess Cairo and J.M. Rohina. Number 3, Mia Nipotina and Joel Cruz. Number 5, Z-End and Stephen Frett. Number 6, Hypnotic Flare. Kevin Navarro up. Number 7, Echo Baby and Emmanuel De Diego. And number 8, Bald Kitten and Andre Worry. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7, Fillies and Mares, an allowance race, non-winners of 2. 8 to 5, number 7, Echo Baby. 5 to 2 on number 5, Z-End, winner of her debut. And 3 to 1 on the outside, Filly Bald Kitten. Loading up, Mia Nipotina. Z-End. Echo Baby. And Bald Kitten. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Horrible start for Princess Cairo. Hopped in the air. Broke about 6 lengths behind the second to last horse. So the back 3 are way behind the top 4, as it's Bald Kitten who gets that early lead. Z ends up the inside. Echo Baby outside up into a joint second with ZN. 4th place is Hypnotic Flare. Then that big space of about 12 lengths to Mia Nipotina, who's about a length and a half in front of Practical Rachel. And after that bad start, Princess Cairo trails the field. Onto the turn, Bald Kitten on top. The lead's 3 parts of a length. Echo Baby pressing it on the outside in second. Hypnotic Flare sweeps up 3 wide in third, a length off the lead. ZN behind rivals in 4th, 2.5 lengths off the pace. A gap of about 9 lengths to Practical Rachel. Second last, Princess Cairo, and Mia Nipotina trails the field. Bald Kitten leaves the rail open for ZN, and ZN comes right on through from 4th up into the lead. ZN with 3/16 to go, scampers clear by 3 open lengths. Hypnotic Flares on the grandstand side, and then it's Echo Baby and Bald Kitten. 16th to go, it's ZN. ZN now a perfect 2 for 2. Lifetime, another good-looking win from Z-End. Hypnotic Flare second, Echo Baby third, Bald Kitten fourth. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign. They're going to take a look at the start of the race, see what happened with Princess Cairo. Stewards inquiry. Please hold all tickets. 5, 6, and a photo for third. Number 5, ZN first. No action taken. Stewards ruled that Princess Cairo caused her own problem at the start. 5, 6, 7, 8 in race number 7 from Finger Lakes. 6 furlongs and 111.86. Back to the winner's circle, number 5, Z End. New York bred, 3-year-old chestnut filly by Weekend Hideaway out of the Smokin' Gal. Deborah Breed and Carrie Ann Breed, the ownership. Deborah Breed's the trainer. Stephen Frett, the winning jockey. Deborah Breed, the breeder. 670, the winning mutual. Daily double, $31.60. Exacta, $46.60. 50-cent try, $44.12. Dime super, $21.40. Eighth and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch part of the entry, the 1, Wit Dashing Speed. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering, as well as traditional win, place, and show. Post time for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes in 18 minutes at 4:38 p.m.
All right, we're getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card. Is another good effort by Z Ent. Man, that horse has gotten good. She won her debut, and she followed it up, looking good against winners today. And Stephen Frett gets the victory for Deborah Breed. Man, this horse was 31-1 in her debut. They didn't think much of her. She's 2-1 today, and followed it up with a good-looking victory coming up the inside. Okay, let's look at a good puzzle of a race to finish it off. We scratched the one part of entry, Wit Dashing Speed. Okay, let's look at a few of them. I mean, this is wide open. I mean, you got Connect the Brox, who has a lot of seconds and thirds, but always fires against this type of horses. First Sons ran decently off the layoff. Night Spot, you got to go back a few years, but his race off the layoff wasn't that bad. And you also look at Last Drink, who kind of ran a clunker. Maybe he needed his start off the layoff as well. Hard to really fall in love with anybody in here, but that's what makes it a great betting race to finish out the day. If you're live in the pick 4 or pick 5, good luck, because I like to have a few of them in here. Looking at the 3, Connect the Brox. This is a horse that was running long earlier in his career. A lot of seconds and thirds as mentioned, and he was always firing at the 11-9 level. There's never really got a great pace scenario, but just always hit the board. I mean, that was just kind of his thing. Actually, his worst race towards, at least recently, was in September in the route race. Other than that, his sprints, he's right there. But if you look at some of those 11-9 claimers that he was in, they were better fields than this one. So he's off of a freshening. He's been off since October, and could be a threat in here. Hard, like I said, it's hard to really come up with a horse to really like in here unless you're looking for a little bit of value. I thought First Sons might offer a little value. He had one start and it was off the long layoff from May of last year. And considering he was off slow, moved up quick, and still hung around for a while before getting understandably tired. So second start off the layoff for this horse, you would expect some big improvement. And he's a big price at 8-1. The 2-horse Last Drink, mentioned, he's the morning line favorite. But his start off the layoff was not good at all. And they bet him. He went off at odds of 5-2. He got mixed up in the pace and faded badly. But again, he probably needed the race. He's shortening up to 5.5 and is the inside speed. So he could run better today. You would expect him to run better today against an easier field and be a contender. The most interesting horse of them all is probably the 6 Night Spot. This one was off from August of 2022, came off the layoff at Mountaineer in the mud, and actually ran good in a 12.5 to be second. I mean, if he could repeat that effort here at Finger Lakes, I know Mountaineer's a little softer in general than our horses, but that's a decent level and a decent number that he comes off of, and you would expect a horse off of a 3-year layoff to improve off of the start. So maybe another one to consider in this race. I think the public is kind of indifferent about Night Spot. He's currently at odds of 5-1. It's only his second start off of 3 years. Yeah, Monomoy Beach is the outside horse getting some play. He absolutely crushed a 4.5 furlong field in the mud and then didn't fire at all against allowance horses, but he also ran into a horse that's won 3 in a row. So tough to gauge Monomoy Beach. He is getting a lot of support on the outside at odds of 5-2. Keep in mind that debut that he had, he got squeezed at the start and was never in it. He followed it up with a drop. So it's not like he wouldn't have been competitive against special weights. He just happened to drop to win the 11-9. So 5 minutes to post for the last race on the card. Exacta Try and Super offered. Again, we scratched part of entry, the 1.
Coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch the first half of the entry. Remaining part of the entry, right there, the 1A. Dancing with Jake, Rafael Rahina Jr. Number 2, Last Drink, Heman Harkey aboard. Number 3, Connect the Brox and Jeremias Flores. Number 4, Sway the Jury and Andre Worry aboard. Number 5, First Sons and Luis Perez. Number 6, Night Spot and Laird Bailey. Number 7, Support the Cat, Christian Navarro. And number 8, Monomoy Beach and Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 to go, 5.5 furlongs. 9 to 5, favorite right now. Number 3, Connect the Brox. 2 to 1 outside. Number 8, Monomoy Beach. Last Drink goes up and in. Sway the Jury. First Sons. Night Spot. Support the Cat. Monomoy Beach. And Dancin' with Jake. Dancing with Jake going up and in. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Slow start. Last Drink. He's last. It's Night Spot who sends out for the front end. Monomoy Beach on the outside. And now First Sons advancing up the inside. First Sons gets a narrow lead over Monomoy Beach. In third, that is Night Spot, followed up by Last Drink towards the inside in fourth. Fifth place, Support the Cat, who's inside of Dancing with Jake. Then 2 lengths to Connect the Brox, who's about 3 lengths in front of Sway the Jury, who's at the back of the pack. It's First Sons on the turn with 3 furlongs to go with the neck in front of Monomoy Beach, who's challenging on the outside. Night Spot circles up wide as Last Drink has nowhere to run. Will try and sneak through at the fence. Will Last Drink. And now it's Connect the Brox, who goes about 4 wide into the stretch. So a few chances here. They reach the top of the stretch. Monomoy Beach, Connect the Brox as its Last Drink up the inside third. First Sons drops back and forth. 1 furlong to go. Monomoy Beach is strong on the front end and opens up by a couple lengths. Connect the Brox is a clear-cut second best to Monomoy Beach. Give Joel Cruz 3 wins on the card. Connect the Brox second. Last Drink was third. Then it was Dance with Jake, I think, over Support the Cat for fourth. Eight, 3, 2 in a photo for fourth. Number 8, Monomoy Beach first. Fourth, the 1A, Dancing with Jake. 832 1A. 5.5 furlongs, 105.81. Eighth race official. Back to the winner's circle. Number 8, Monomoy Beach. New York bred, 3-year-old Big Ellie by Mr. Monomoy out of Looks Good From Here. Beth Miller Saul and Mark Bartholomew, the ownership. Beth Miller Saul, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. 3 wins for Joel Cruz. Saratoga Glen Farm bred. 420, the winning mutual. Daily double, $35. Exacta, $13. Trifecta, $16. Dime Super, $31. 50-cent pick 3, $23.75. Pick 4, $178. Pick 5, $493.25. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes on a Tuesday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Wednesday. First post at 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.